We are live. Vocation. Game launched. Water. Capture. Already set up to grab off the devil. Nice. Very cool. The dashboard. What's your favorite season of Dexter? New Blood. Run those ads real quick. All right. And we vibe on the loading screen for. Sounding a bit quiet, streamer. I think I gotta turn this back up to 3 decibels. That should be good, I think. I don't know. Hey, guess what I found out? Profiles in OBS don't do shit. It's scene collections that change your collection of scenes, rather. So I deleted all of the scenes that I had and had to scramble to cobble my original one back together. Oh well. I'm not sure what profiles do in OBS. Did hear you creating a profile instead of a scene collection. I probably should have said something. It's fine. I really only use one scene, to be honest with you. The only real problem is that I deleted the overcooked scene, which did take a little bit of time to set up. So I'll have to set that back up next time a stream happens. Thank you very much, Witch Sand, for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciated. How's it going, folks? How we all doing? Hold on, let me get into some proper clothes here. There we go. And also, I did have to change or refine the size of my VTuber model, which is also slightly frustrating because I'd like to have that be uniform. But oh well. We'll adjust it. We'll play around with it. We'll find out what it was. Oh. There feels right? Yeah. For future record, profiles are for recording and streaming settings. So you can have different profiles for local recording only. I see. I don't really understand what that means at all, to be honest with you, but I did also just wake up 30 minutes ago or so. Could have made them all thicker and just gaslit everyone about it. I no. When are you streaming Uma Musume, so you can recommend it to Joe afterwards? I don't like gotcha games, so I'm not gonna stream Uma Musume. The only gotcha game I have ever played was Fire Emblem Heroes, and I played it for a little bit, and then I just sort of lost interest because I didn't have any control over the roles, and I didn't have any desire to spend money. Also, I have enough games on my plate without Uma Musume. You know? I'm not really sure what. I mean, one, I would want to keep going through games in my backlog, but I'm not really sure what unique commentary I would have to provide to the horse racing gotcha, as it were. Played too much Fire Emblem Heroes because I rolled a free Lucina and she carried the entire game. What is it with you and Lucina, Arrow? We love power creep and late life cycle gotchas. Yep. All I'm hearing is a 250k redeem for the horse gotcha. I mean, I would just veto it. You know, like, that's the thing that I like about my redeems. I just have the executive power to just say, no, I'm not playing that. It's not, there's a reason I can just refund the points. Although I guess I would have to come up with a contingency for, you know, if people keep trying to redeem a game that I've already said no on. I don't know. Lucina isn't even the only blue-haired protagonist in Awakening. But Pub, you're talking about Fire Emblem here. You're not saying much of anything, brother. Obviously, she's not. The blue-haired protagonist is a Fire Emblem staple. You've just played the only two that don't have it. I'm so tempted to just go for funny jump scares, expecting instant refunds. Violet has blue hair. It's like teal. Teal and then seafoam. What do you mean? I mean, if I were to look at her hair, me personally, I would probably do a toss-up between, like, is it blue or green? Like, if I had to say one. I guess it's more blue at the beginning. Yeah. Anyway, hi everyone. Bring it up on screen right now. I don't have to listen to you. People have Google. They can fucking look up Byleth and make their own decisions. You're the motherfucker that thinks red hair... You're the motherfucker that would call this, like, ginger. This is just red. I don't even want to bring that up on screen. I don't have the energy for this. We're not arguing today. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Of the Devil. I'm very excited to stream more of this. That's really the only thing about it. I'm just very excited to stream more of it. I streamed it last Tuesday, and then extenuating circumstances stopped me from doing so on Thursday, and then an American holiday on a particularly unpatriotic year stopped me from streaming on Friday. But we're back now with more of The Devil. We're going to be starting on episode 1. I'm very excited to see where it goes. More than anything, I am excited to see more concept art whenever we get there. I love this stuff. No game audio? Oh, no game audio. Perfect. Great. Because I had it muted. Thank you. I was on the main menu specifically because it had some nice little music in there. I love concept art, man. This shit is great. I love the how does that hair work? Alright. I will say, I don't know why, but for some reason, I am not feeling very patient today. So, apologies in advance if I feel like I'm a little cross or a little short. I might just not have it in me for whatever reason. I might also just be giving a disclaimer that will not apply to the rest of stream. I don't know what it is. I'm just feeling a little weird at this exact moment. Have I taken my medicine today? Yes. Howdy, hey, Clown. Good to see you. I will say, though, yesterday, aside from my completely fucked sleep schedule, was fun. We had marbles. Marbles went really well. I was really happy with how that went. And then I fell asleep for the entire day, played D&D, and then into the wee hours of the morning, finished Dark Souls 2, and started back up on Bloodborne. So glad I won. Yeah, I need to make sure to what is it? Get everyone their game codes. I'm the liaison, as it were, for Steam gifts. Marbles is a fun event every time. It absolutely is. Yeah. I said it during the event, of course, but a delayed thank you again. Not so much delayed, but an echoed thank you to my fellow co-hosts, Walrus and Boulder. They're always great. We've gotten, I feel like each year we get better and better, more familiar with each other's riffing styles. And, of course, Walrus currently is streaming, but has been streaming regularly, so they're also, just like me, developing the chops to interact with chat a lot better. It's been a lot of fun working with them every summer and winter. Thank you, of course, to the coordinators of the event as well. I feel like it goes without saying, but we couldn't have done it without him. I'm just a talking head as far as it goes for marbles. They call me in, I say a bunch of random bullshit and I riff, but they're the ones that are making things actually make sense behind the scenes. Boulder's excellent segues were a highlight. Apropos of nothing. Sam, I'm so glad we were able to save that kangaroo. They call you in to say Pekko? They do. Pekko! And apparently I fucking... I was watching the, what is it? I was watching the VOD back a little bit ago. I did a fucking perfect Pikmin death noise that I have not been able to replicate. I have been trying to, and it's just not the same. I don't know where I summoned that from. Meat Skewer was my highlight. Meat Skewer is my goat. That's my fucking Oshi right there. Who needs horse races when you've got marbles? Wait, where's Olamarthur Lion? Is he okay? No, he got deleted yesterday, dude. Can you do a Yuri Lowenthal voice acting of Pikmin falling over? No? Pecora! Anyway. I also, like I said, did finish Dark Souls 2. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Pretty fucking good game. I won't call it peak, though, because almost all of the boss fights are bad. Like, almost every single boss fight in the game is, like, mid at best. The area and level design, I think, is probably the highlight, though there are some really low lows. They're contrasted by some very high highs. People play Dark Souls games for stuff that isn't bosses. Honestly, I don't even know if the bosses are my favorite part of the game. Like, I think, yeah, my favorite part of Dark Souls games is usually navigating through a level. And finding all the goodies along the way and staying alive and making it from bonfire to bonfire. My favorite is the Flame Knight. Flame Knight Tower can be tricked into an instant fall death. Yeah, Tower of High Dragon Rider. I didn't do that in my run, but it's very fun. I had a thought recently. Dark Souls bosses aren't good. People's favorite bosses are always good because of the spectacle. I disagree. Because I think some of the bosses in Dark Souls are quite fun to fight. What's a good boss? Honestly, in Dark Souls 2, I think the Ivory King is pretty good. But no, Ivory King is mostly good because of the spectacle. So you might have a point there. Replaying Elden Ring, I do have to give it to Godric. Godric is a fun fight that feels pretty even. Dark Souls 3, I like the fight against the two princes. I think Soul of Cinder is probably the best final boss in a Souls-like, or in a Dark Souls game. Here's the problem that I'm running into, though. When I'm, in my mind, trying to think of a good Souls-like game, the only game that's coming to mind is Lies of P. Like, I'm not thinking of Dark Souls bosses. I'm thinking of Lies of P. And the bosses in Lies of P are consistently a highlight. It still has a lot of that level exploration that I really, really love, but almost every single boss in Lies of P is not just good, it is great. I like Gehrman. Gehrman, I haven't fought yet. That's the other thing. I'm playing Bloodborne for the first time as well. And not knowing how I feel about it. Mostly negative, unfortunately, which I feel like I'm having a lot of trepidation or a lot of hesitation when it comes to admitting that I'm not really enjoying Bloodborne, because I bought the damn PS4 just so I could play Bloodborne. And it's rough. It's rough. The thing that I'm struggling with is I don't like the healing system very much. I don't think the healing system is very well thought out in regards to the overall, like, objective of the game flow. Having to grind for healing if I run out seems completely counterintuitive to the more action-focused gameplay loop of Bloodborne. Is this the effortless game you mentioned? Yes. I don't know if I would call it effortless, but it's certainly a compliment that I can understand. Gun parry is pretty cool. Gun parry is really cool. The only problem is, any enemy that's worth a fucking damn, you can't parry. Because if you learn how to use the gun parry, it trivializes every fight. If it makes you feel any better, you can get a used copy of Bloodborne for the same amount of dollars that are the FPS of Bloodborne. That's so true. I did get it for $30. What do we feel about the Blood and Wine final boss? I didn't like it, but I could appreciate that some would like it, especially if it didn't suck like I did. I haven't played Blood and Wine, honestly. I haven't played anything Witcher 3. Every time I try to play Witcher 3, I bounce off of it. So I'm probably not going to play Witcher. I think I need to just acknowledge that it's not for me. My main problem with Bloodborne my main problems with Bloodborne are not specific to Bloodborne, is the thing that I'm running into. They are mostly mechanical problems that are either universal to FromSoft games, such as really bad hitboxes, just like horrendous, delayed, lingering hitboxes that are insane in the amount of damage they will do for just fucking sitting there, because they stay active for just a little too long, or they have way too much reach. Simply iframe through it. Oh, I'd love to. It's just that I'm playing a game that's using dated controls where it's Dark Souls 1 dodging, where I can only dodge in 4 directions. Or at least that's what it feels like, because whenever I dodge, I feel like I have very little control. It's also running at 30 FPS with close to half a second of input delay. So it's rough. And also, I discovered yesterday there's a little mechanic called instability damage, which is if you are in the middle of a dodge, you time it improperly and you get hit, you take double damage. Which I think is probably the worst shit ever. It is probably my least favorite part about Bloodborne, period. Because in Bloodborne, your only defensive option against most bosses, if you can't parry a boss, right? If you can't parry an enemy because it's too big, your only defensive option is to dodge. So your alternative, your options in this case are time your dodge perfectly or literally die in one hit. I contend that if you do try investing in the gun parry rather than making things trivial, it'll instead make it manageable, and a lot of other game feel mechanics will click into place. To be honest, I can't argue with hitboxes how needlessly punishing it is sometimes. I love the gun parry. I really like the gun parry. It feels good to pull off. What I don't like is that it's tied to a limited resource, which I understand why it's a limited resource, but the fact that it is a limited resource means that the game cannot be designed around the assumption that the player will always have access to it. Right? So a lot of enemies can't be designed with the parry as this universal option because you're not always going to have the parry. Granted, you can make blood bullets. That is an option, but it's pretty costly. It's kind of like a last resort type deal. And I don't know why you do it because, again, most enemies in the game that are actually worth their salt can't be parried. The bigger bosses in the game, you can't do shit with the gun. Like, that's the part that really, really annoys me more than anything, is I feel like my gameplay options are extremely limited and not in a way which is encouraging a specific playstyle or trying to get me into a specific mindset. It just sort of feels like half of my arsenal is sometimes useless and there's nothing for me to do with it, right? Like, if I can't parry a boss, full stop, there is no reason for me to use my gun whatsoever. It does not do any damage. The range is, like, decent, but it's better served by just getting in there and attacking myself. It's not a viable alternative to getting in there and doing melee, because it's mostly meant as a defensive tool used for parrying. But if you can't parry, it's just sort of sitting there. You can manually distance from the attack, which is not exactly the dynamic of iframe dodge. That's an option as well. Yeah, I maybe saying that it's your only defensive option is a bit wrong. But given the janky hitboxes of a lot of enemies, I feel like I can't exactly trust my distancing a lot of the time, which is part of the difficulty curve, granted. But it's rough. And there are some attacks that you just have to try and dodge through. Like if an enemy is charging at you, for example, you have to dodge through that. Charge attacks are the worst attacks in Bloodborne. Period. Enemies that can do a charge attack are instantly the most lethal enemies in the game. Because if you dodge just a little too early and their lingering hitbox, which is their entire body, touches you for even a second, you will take double damage and you will die instantly. Because most charge attacks do half or more of your total health. That is my biggest problem with a lot of the combat against bigger enemies in Bloodborne, is they are just these massive, hulking fucking hitboxes, and I know that From does not have good hitboxes. Bloodborne Brosy has it all right. What do we do now? Oh, don't worry. I'll give you the playbook. What you do is you say that every single one of my complaints is actually a skill issue, and you use lore reasons to justify bad mechanics, and if I disagree, you tell me that I just don't understand because it's a masterpiece that doesn't have any flaws. There, that should help. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. If there's any perceived flaw with Bloodborne, you can just say that it's good actually, and people will agree with you, right? Like, if I were to say something along the lines of, my punishment for mistiming a dodge should be taking damage, I don't know why taking double damage is necessary. You're supposed to say, no, that is your punishment, so you just can't spam the dodge. It's a skill issue. You have to get good at dodging properly, otherwise you eat shit. That's how it's supposed to be. It's good, actually. Right? And if I complain that a limited healing resource means that you'll have to farm if you get hard stuck on a boss, there's any number of options you could go. The first one you could go for is just don't get hit, Lamayo, then you won't have to spend all your healing. Skill issue, right? That's a classic. There's also, if you've been managing your resources correctly throughout the entire game, and you've been spending all of your excess blood echoes on healing every single time you go back to the Hunter's Dream to level up, you should have enough stockpiled that it shouldn't be an issue at all. So that's your fault, actually. Or, number 3, which is, actually, the main way that you're supposed to heal is rallying, so you shouldn't even need to spam blood files at all. So you got 3 different options that I can just rattle off the top of my head for any concrete criticisms that I have for the game. But as for a game that I don't have any concrete criticisms for, let's start playing Of the Devil. I think we have to do bonuses. Or no, wait. Continue. Right? Thank you very much, Pinkhair3D, for the Prime sub. I think the current stand of Bloodborne is better as a mentor figure to other games like Lies of P, Nightmare Cart, Magenta Horizon, but not as its own thing. Souls Talk is never over, really. In fact, Maddie has pulled me back in. Here's what I will say about Bloodborne in regards to praise. The atmosphere, the tone, the aesthetic are sublime. This game looks incredible. It is absolutely enthralling to behold. It is extremely fun and engaging to go through the levels and to discover them and to see what's going on and to learn more about the story. That stuff is fantastic. The only problem is that the gameplay is dated. Not that the gameplay is bad, but that I have played the games that have learned from Bloodborne, and they do what Bloodborne does considerably better than Bloodborne does it. Which makes sense. Bloodborne came out in a time whenever FromSoft was really experimenting with what they were doing. They were making a lot of changes with the ideas of what Souls-likes could be. I mean, let's think about this. I'm pretty sure... Let's see. We had Dark Souls 1, which is the, well, second Souls-like, but the first one that actually put it on the map. We have Dark Souls 2, which is a like heavy experimentation on the genre while staying within the same series, what we call it. And then we have Bloodborne, which is really their first try at a spin-off. So they're trying a lot of new things. It's a wonder that so many of them work as well as they do. But it's no surprise that a lot of them don't work. For example, Chalice Dungeons. Hey, just a heads up if you ever decide to play Bloodborne, ignore the Chalice Dungeons entirely. They are, perhaps, the worst content that has ever been produced by FromSoft. I would go so far as to say I would rather run Lost Izalith again than any of the Chalice Dungeons. They are horrendous. Don't say things you know are incorrect. I'm a streamer, first of all. That's part of my job. It's in the Twitch contract. Second of all, I'm not fucking with you. I think Jelly needs to make a video essay. I know Jelly needs to make a video essay. I got 4 or 5 months to do it. Oh, man. My problem with Chalice Dungeons is that they are randomly generated, which means that any positives that could arise from FromSoft's unique level design and their honestly quite impressive chops in regards to that are just gone, because it's going to be the same prefab assets mashed together, and then the boss at the, you know, first, second, third checkpoint is just, who fucking cares? Let's put a boss in there. And that can range from anything to a pig, just a big pig, or literally an extremely cinematic story boss that's just thrown in a dungeon for some reason. Main Chalice dungeon is not random. That's worse. That's worse, because it means someone put it together like that, and it's still shit. The Chalice dungeon that I stopped on is the one where Rom is the final boss of it. Because to me, unfortunately, what that tells me is FromSoft did not learn anything from Chalice Dungeons, or perhaps learned the wrong things from Chalice Dungeons when it came to making Elden Ring. That's right, baby! It's Elden Ring criticism again! If you take a very cinematic, special, event status boss from the main story, and you put it in a random dungeon, you make both of them worse. Alright? Putting Rom in a Chalice dungeon is plainly inexcusable. That is a boss which is entirely defined by its spectacle. It is a pretty slow boss that is only really made interesting because of the environment you fight it in and the context that you fight it in, right? And I know that's the case because I just fought it in a random fucking catacomb and the boss sucked. It's rough. What about putting my favorite fight in Elden Ring, Margit, randomly in a field? That one actually happens in the story. Alright? That's less bad than putting him at the end of a dungeon, like they did with Astel. Right? Or like they did with fucking Godefroy the Grafted? Like fucking Wish.com Godric? Just in a random fucking crucible somewhere? Rom is cute and I want a plushie of her. I agree. I'll be honest, whenever I was fighting the boss, my overwhelming feeling was like, these are maybe some of the cutest spiders in a game that I've had to fight before. I love the way that the little guys jump straight up and then like dive headfirst into the ground like a fox trying to burrow through the snow and will just literally fucking faceplant on the ground. Rom's fight, I quite enjoyed it, which is why I'm honestly like upset that they would recycle it, because I know I only enjoyed it because of where and when it happened. Can we do Scrando, by the way? Fuck it. I mean, I guess so. That'll get us out of whatever we're in right now. So we'll do a quick Scrandle and then we will actually start the game. I've done enough rambling. All right, let me pull this up. Can we... No, that's Joe's bit. Play daily. Let's go. All right. Loaded fries versus peppered chicken on chow mein. I'm gonna be honest. I think I want it to be right, but I have a sinking suspicion it might be left. Even though it's not that appetizing, apparently some people look at this and they think that's good bacon. I'm gonna go right. 93. Respectable. I would eat the hell out of that. Okay, well, it's not... It says burger with gherkins. That is a single slice of gherkin. It's not the fucking steamed ham. It's gonna be the lamb Rogan Josh. Fuck me. Chili and cheese loaded nachos. I know these are good, but they look sloppy. A gherkin is a pickle. Barbecue pulled beef and pork grilled cheese. It's gonna be that one. That looks awesome. That looks really good. That's way higher than I expected. Damn. The cheese panini? No cheese? The fuck? The cheeseless panini? 19%? Whoa. Okay. Lechona, roast pork, and crackling. Here's the thing. That probably goes hard. It looks dry as hell. It looks dry as hell. And the burger bias is real. That's not a great looking burger, but it is a burger with some fries. Left. Yeah. Strandle pub. I don't know what fucking opposite land you're living in where you're even capable of saying Scrandle hates burgers. You have never been more wrong about anything in your entire life than to say that Scrandle hates burgers. Like, full stop, that's the most wrong you've ever been, and I'm not being ironic. Burgers almost always win. The only time a burger loses is when it looks bad. And you can tell it looks bad. Anyway, it's the chicken gyro. I'm not eating the fish with the scales. Cheesy chips or some awesome looking lamb keema fries. Let's see. Fuck. This feels like bait. Because I know this beer boot doesn't score that high. Okay. Whew. Okay. All right. Beer boot it was. It's not the fucking bacon roll, dude. It's not the fucking bacon roll. Foot-long sausage roll for $3.60 or chimichurri steak and chips. Fuck. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. This scores pretty high. I know it does. This is a really good one. I know that this scores high, and Scrandle loves a sausage roll, and it's cheap for a foot-long sausage roll. However, I know that people who like steak look at this and are like, oh, that's fucking awesome, let's go. Even though to me, it looks like seared tuna with how rare it is. I'm gonna shoot from the hip, left. Fuck yeah! The perfect scran! Let's go. Let's go. Man, I'm good. The perfect scran. 90% of people have been filtered by that last one today. I had to believe in myself. I had to believe in myself. Let's fucking go! Nice. All right. Also, Blue Revolver is 50% off on the Steam Summer Sale. Go support the dev of Scrandle. Now then, back to our indie game of choice. Of the Devil. The perfect fucking scran. Let's go. Do I continue? Continue? Yes, there it is. Okay. All right. So, I don't think we actually really got to see much of episode 1. I think Morgan was just heading from one place to another, and it was implied that the night before she went out and assumedly killed someone. It's time to solve crimes and take lives. I think we do it in the opposite order, if I'm not mistaken. She was going to buy a gun. Right! Gotcha. No staff around? All the lights are on. But I have knocked? What's up? Desk personality setting 6. The cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can! I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? You shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... See, you're a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense, and a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to be at least... It'd have to at least be small enough to... This would be a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Let's be patient. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulders sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet. They also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any model with insulation less than a few weeks old. Sorry, few years old. Glorified tasers. Fairly suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which slings a slug fast enough to mist a lamb over 30 meters. Jesus, dude. A slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the blood spray produced when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. Interesting. So is that just, like, exaggerating the blood spray, or is that saying that guns, as they are now, will just turn someone into fucking mist? That's terrifying to think about. Gotcha. Thank you, Star Trek. Very cool, isn't it? And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. What did she say? How do I pull up the text log? How do I pull the text log? Oh no. Oh no! Reading list. No? Settings, word, controls. No. Fuck. Backlog, there we go. Of course, man, my bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services link. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. Couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. For the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Oh ho. Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Aw, I wanted to see what the hell this thing is. Looks like an op with a drum mag. Yeesh. Would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? That flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory? Really? Got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? Oh, shit. Okay, quiz time! A stagnant world, modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. Howdy, Lorea. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot, if you want to be paranoid. Better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Oh no! You don't... Okay. I thought maybe there'd be a little quiz. Oh, a little quiz here, baby. Segmentation fruit with lead speed. Good name. Good to see you. Hello. First time chatter. Someone left a data pad out here? In the news today. Or someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial killer data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom some files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. They've gone rogue. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo has put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted the corporation, quote, could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was, quote, resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Lobo again, or someone using their name. Go back here. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. No one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for... The big bad wolf was here. You are welcome for clearing out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumbest dishwater script kiddie they yelled at, come fix this. A word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled. Okay, dude. Cool. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation, ransom money. Hold on a minute. I don't think de-escalation factored into it at all. Nope, wrong one. Lobo demands ransom. Seize the vital cache. Radical conservationists make clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Oh, ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. De-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metals. Lobo put out a list of demands that span pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding... Yeah, for that, it was de-escalation. Not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Examine. Excuse me, sorry. Hate those kind of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling before, I'm sure by now it's Animate 16. So this is probably going to be relevant. Maybe. I don't know. The Animate 16 is the latest Android produced by Nova Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world has ever seen. Boasting a battery life of over 154 hours, with patented soft touch digitation, remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, and the uncanny charm you've come to expect from us, we're sure that your Animate 16 will be the best purchase you made this year, and you'll never want to go back out in the cold. Interesting. Is there anything else here? Oh, hello. Just that one, then? Okay. Why is it called 12 to 6? Is that 2 hours, 6 days a week? Or is it actually a 72-hour work week? Most likely, it's a 72-hour work week. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro-apartment flippers. But this is a gun store, after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? It didn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation, and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system, along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... No, they wouldn't risk fake news. Why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe, trying to... authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. It's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. Ooh. Interesting. Gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. They're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them. Either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan's apartment. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Something in my pocket for my lighter. Golden. Polished. Tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. Got the card, didn't I? Here it is. The only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only people who share your vice are stuffy old men and with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes, reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. David Asher was... Oh, man. Highlighting all the stuff that makes it past tense in red. Interesting. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and the lead programmer of Noble Electronics. He first received worldwide recognition for his postgraduate theses on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution. Though he retained the original patent on the Turing solution for the rest of his life, he was famously unlitigious. By most industry experts' estimates, the Turing solution exists in some form in 92% of active automated dependent source codes. David Asher's philanthropic efforts, philanthropic is a nice word, and invaluable skills placed him at the front and center of Noble Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company, and his private life graced the tabloids and gossip sections of the net on many occasions. David Asher passed away on July 7th. July 7th, huh? Citation needed. This entry has received an unusually large number of suggested edits in the last 44 minutes. Dissemination of disinformation is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Spreading conspiracy theories about public figures is a violation of our terms of service. Happy Tanabata! It is Tanabata! And also Bungie Day, I think. And then do we have a new profile? David. Oh, I see. October 28th. Lead program at Noble Electronics. Street food, crowds fishing. Brain freeze. Driving. Lint. Eyeglasses. Custom designed by Fiamma. Shampoo. Expensive. Sense of humor. Unique. Interesting. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. Their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. There's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? He found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while he was out screwing her? Phone call? Better not be work-related. Not in the right Mood. Oh, Morgan, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her, or sorry, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Starling. Sorry, I'm all over the place here. I apologize. June 24th. Plus, executive assistant at Noble Electronics, dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes, hangovers, soft mattresses, machismo, charm point, her earnest smile, it is quite charming, relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards, the best at reading the stock market. Interesting. Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh. Of course you have. Duh. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, but 1,000 other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream Chiron. Difference doesn't make how the information gets to me. I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel most of the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get. Maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first. She's probably short on time. I don't feel like following the playbook to the letters right now. Can you tell me what happened? Do we know him? From the fact that we have a lighter, it's implied that we were very good friends with him at some point. Possibly dating. But I don't know if there's any romantic implications just yet. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved? They said it was some kind of poison, or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. But I think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. Just how people talk. It's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Before he... Ooh. Killer. No, please, don't hold back on my account. No, please, don't hold back on my account. There we go. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. Shout out to Morgan's eyes going black during inner monologue. Yeah, I do like that it switches between the states, the eye states there. To sort of show which quote-unquote personality she's in a way. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. It's not like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly, than strictly necessary. That's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled, scrutiny tripled. Too risky. No logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? That seems fun. July 1st? Is this a flashback? In transit? That's why it says citation needed. Interesting. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly, all at once. Not much super about it. but it does cast one hell of a shadow. Canopy's always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added on to, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result is still ugly. It feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her texts now, she'll just send more later. Currently texting with Witch. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. RIP. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Alright. I said it last stream, but knowing that we have the charm now, it is very obvious from these conversations, especially, that the people behind this are into Homestuck. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work for you. Doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, true, went the train. Alright. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. Nurses tried to make you cry, and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I don't have that many dealings with the Megs that own their likenesses. Is this really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. They pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all. Period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to something. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vet. Okay, gotcha. Stop. You have any actual help to offer? Does Mom know we're a serial killer? Most likely not, I would say. Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got assumedly asked, I don't know, deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught up of Analife's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vet. Stop! Fucking stop talking about your sex life! I'm asking for help! Not to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide, because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. Don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed. And get out of there fast as fuck, boy! That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body is sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. I think it's interesting that she talks Yeah, like Era's saying, making mom a 2000 shit poster would be a power move, TBH, because in the future that would actually happen. Yeah, like, this is just, like, it's what, 2086? Right now it's 2025? I mean, I guess she would be... I don't know when she was born, but, you know, if she was born around this time, this is probably the kind of texting habit she would pick up, essentially. So her talking like that is not her being, like, young and cringe. It's her being old and cringe. Which is very interesting. Thanks. What the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should have worked smarter. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party. Embarrassing. What is that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Victoria Masters. Prosthetic arm. July 7th. Date of birth, July 7th. Interesting. Height, 16. Oh, she has like a synthetic throat as well for smoking, I think. Weight depends on the time of day. Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial. Jewelry, 24 karat. Age, difficult to verify. Smokes cigars, Death 13 cigarettes, and, quote, other adult stuff. Good for her. Just deleting some spam. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Is Morgan also AB negative blood type? Yep. Yeah. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there. It's basically true. By now, this whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I'm assuming if she's not our mom, she's our aunt and general mentor / mother figure. I'm assuming she's our aunt. I don't know why I said aunt and aunt differently. Is blood type hereditary? I'm almost certain it is, but I don't know. What else would it be if not hereditary? I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use the time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about you and David. Let's go over the headline first. That headline. I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. Big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about the moving staff around or anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victory. And David. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we call the company dorms back then, on account of all the, well, all the people. Ah. Plus, it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. Skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've worked with. Except David, of course. But I mean, he was best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. You should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. A good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? Person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. Day before yesterday. Seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... Does she have a heartbeat monitor on her wrist? You still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Tonight. They said they needed my help sorting through all his, well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? Seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like they're actively trying to seems more like something they're actively trying to suppress. Or seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. God damn. How's our lovely serial killer doing? She's doing not great. Her friend is dead. So she's not doing too good. You found out last night. Right, last night. Oh god. So sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really? It's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... Well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seemed pretty entrenched. Didn't seem too heartbroken about it. I think she's, like... clinically psychopathic. Like, I don't know that they're sociopathic. I'm not sure what it is. I think that, like, she is just sort of completely emulating human emotion based on learned social behaviors. Is the feeling that I get from her two distinct personalities, one of which is an inner monologue that's a lot more clinical and logical. Noble Electronics LLC, better known as Noble Electronics or simply Noble, is the fastest growing automated dependent corporation on the globe. Noble spent most of the 21st century chasing consumer tech trends like wearable smart UI interfaces, only pivoting to Androids during the 2070s amidst the decade's economic upheaval. The corporation struggled to break through the higher tiers of corporate power until David Asher revolutionized their products with his Turing solution and the technological breakthroughs that followed. I think we've already read this before. Noble's recent foray into biomechanics. Yep, okay, yeah, we've read that before. Now, compared to the lawyers, they and the rest of the company seemed pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police had even arrived. So what time would that have been? Guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15, they switched my phone to silo mode, and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. To be honest, the narration and inner monologue appear to be trying to tell us she feels nothing about David's death, but reading between the lines, I think she's pretty thrown off, but trying not to acknowledge it / suppress it. I could totally be wrong, but I think that's the kind of thing the narration would try to lie to us about. Yeah. It definitely feels like she is thrown off by his death, and either is thrown off for a reason that we aren't being told yet, or is thrown off for a reason that she doesn't understand. Set my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning. It me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. That seems like it's going to be relevant. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. Let's see. Died after he reached the hospital? That's unexpected. 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in a bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room. But other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. But what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or hard to think about, I know. Yeah. More hard to believe. The request. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or false wall. And all he told you was he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah? Wait, you don't think that when he met, he had already decided it's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. So it is still July 1st, so I think that the July 7th date of death on the wiki is suspect. Noble Employee Housing Building. Glacia. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. It'd be too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all these? Well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids step forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble, wave hello to your Noble neighbors in the morning, and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. Think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit. Actually, it's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will set you for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have go ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is this still kind of crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement. We can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the roof veranda. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him? Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Huh. That lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long has it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear. Not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope? I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. Do you two know each other? Jess Starling. Meet Homicide Detective Quasum London. It's a pleasure, miss. Is his profile any different? Fall colors, morning air, dimples, dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, white rum. Cats or dogs, both good at coming up with nicknames, bad at remembering birthdays. Yeah, so these are going to change from episode to episode. Pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? Huh? No, nothing wrong. But close as we are, I still can't let her walk in off the street and onto a scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it. Don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy's gonna fucking... She's down so bad. Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and he thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. Deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of... You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, detective, sir, from legal, which allows us... That's all right, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, detective. All right, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today. If I screw up. He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. Looking tired? Looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway? Since this morning, but civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if he got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, it still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Okay, so here's the question that we have to ask ourselves. Is the twist gonna be that Morgan killed him? Because that was the twist the first time around. Are they gonna get me again? I don't think she did. However, are they gonna get me again? Do you want the answer? I do not want the answer. So means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. Use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Not that kind of lawyer. He would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? The man is dead. He wasn't killed by a fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. But at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. We're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. A hand placed firmly on the back of our necks. I mean, I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details, no, thank you. No, thank you. We're not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved in the ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. Let's see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash... Yeah, you're, well... Sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David wasn't cut and dry. Cooperating. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other? Sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? Megs, Mega Corporation, numerous unverified explanations of the term, others claim oh, we haven't heard this one. Derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations or anyone who works for them. There are numerous unverified explanations for how the term originated. Some say it is a natural evolution of the slang from the slang word shark, which was used to refer to ruthless individuals or businessmen in the late 20th century. Others claim that Meg was originally short for Megan, a sort of archetypical individual that defended the contributions that corporations have made to society. Interesting. So, Karen, or perhaps Shark Megalodon. Megan is a Karen joke. Yep. Give you full access to building security. They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top-of-the-line coverage, top to bottom of the building. Size of that data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they give you full access to the penumbra? That means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum. You know your stuff. Penumbra pulls data from any android connected to the building's net. That's not much help, since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors, never put much stock in them, but it's true? Asher really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same, if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case. In a good way. I mean, we're very much on top of this, ladies. Controversy. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want him hurt because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote that handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. Vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right. Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part is the manufacturing process. Proudly done right at home. Give me 1 second. I am fumbling all over my words. You're gonna slow down. Does anyone else get sympathy character to be killed later vibes from Jess? Not necessarily, no. I'm getting, like, maybe Maya Fey vibes from her a little bit. Not sure. Or she gives me the vibe of the person who's going to be framed for the murder. And we're gonna have to defend her. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment, so I'm gonna have to ask you to be discreet. And ideally, fast. Well, our business is just in the basement. David's basement. Penthouse is on the top floor, the roof, so its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go to the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. Kitchen and the parlor. I understand, but all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty! Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones to the checkpoint and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now. Worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by their nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. That's cool. That's fucking cool. They look like them from up here. And they look like them from up here. Probably already preparing their spin. Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher. A video essay in 5 parts. It's just Monogatari. I refuse to watch Monogatari. I refuse. I know I'm gonna enjoy it. I know that the artistry on display will be impressive. I'm not gonna do it. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. It could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Unfortunately, that is very much just one-to-one Monogatari. So what you're saying is, I don't have to watch it because I'm getting the full experience here already. Perfect! Thank you. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. Never wanted the attention, chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. Just happened to have the right look for the part. The man buried in his work, but his eyes fixed ahead. Jelly has seen the toothbrush scene, and now they're afraid the rest won't live up. I'm afraid that the rest of it will be like the toothbrush scene. And it'll be an anime that has, like, some artistic merit, but it's so utterly obsessed with doing fucking pervy weeb shit without enough justification or reason. And I'm gonna be the one that has to fucking say, like, no, man, you don't understand. Like, oh, hi, Ruby, also. No, you don't understand. Like, if you can just make it through all the fan service scenes, it's totally worth it. Oh, she's going for it. She's really going for it. Noble Employee Housing Building, Placia, Penthouse. This is, what? Laboratory? Bad memories from that Monster Girl horror anime you love? No. Call it, intuition, I suppose. Although that is true, don't watch the Monster Musume anime. It adds gross shit that I hate. The shop, he called it. I'm down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never... But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. He was leaving things like this. It does add shit, yeah. He must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. What type of bad stuff? A pervy shot of a literal child. If, to be entirely blunt with you. Which does not exist in the manga. That's some anime exclusive content right there, baby. Absolutely disgusting. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. I thought the Sue stuff was bad. Oh, it's in the Sue stuff. So they make the Sue stuff worse. What? You want me to step out? It won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least he's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching for them. Or, the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David had something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it. Understand? Of course. Right. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but quiet as a church house? Caught myself. I'm okay. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. Thank you, Mouse. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise. Always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got on that treadmill, the subscription for the personal coaching program with for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, that he couldn't find the time. Okay, so we were like very, very good. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he's still... Morgan, what's up? Hmm? You're smiling. What's so funny? Ooh. Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on his mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Do you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? Didn't know that. That true? Wait, is it not? But her guy told me that without that epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... It's that vault over there, then. Yeah, it stands out, I guess. Mm-hmm. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps, mostly, so... Aren't you gonna open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, no. How could I... He didn't tell you or give you a code, or... He gave me the code to get into the building and the parking garage, but not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right there, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Oh, we're going to be by ourselves, are we? Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys basic sturdy cure, anti-hack, anti-digital, high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it. At least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Tethys is the largest online shopping and consumer shipping corporation on Earth, and a dominant economic force that frequently courts controversy by skirting monopoly and labor laws in every nation in which it operates. And yes, we really do have everything for sale. So ditch this lame-o search engine and head over to our online store to find what you're really looking for, hot stuff. Password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. She is a gambler, so maybe I'll get lucky is definitely what she would want. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Try his birthday? Try my birthday? When is your birthday? December 26th. Almost Christmas. What's David's note? Hold on. Sense of humor unique. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. Is that a dead mom ponytail? Hold on. Yes, that's a dead mom ponytail. There's a different terminal over here. Water security system. According to the label, maybe it controls the whole room. Damn, password protected too. The code's 64 digits long? The point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Internet of Things, yep, saw that one before. Guess it's a 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. You can be both. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. But what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe he wanted it kept secure. And I also know he wanted me to have it. Maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games. He really likes beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. This must be his spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff here. A lot of bottom shelf swill. Kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could like. Nostalgia is sweet like that, overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he buys so many bottles. He didn't particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out these shelves. Not all of the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't even have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Meducamp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. Not enough digits for the code. So 81. This is very, very Zero Escape, I think, in how it's set up. It's a very big painting. And it's impressionist? No, cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I don't remember I do remember that David liked this painting. There was a date on it. That could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche among the cubicleists. Predator is an oil-on-canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Aestorp, I think? Arguably his most well-known work, it was displayed in the Krullerheim Center des Arts Modernes for 9 months before Historp entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, Historp replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Ooh. Cool response. 11/25/58. Predator, is this a Hunter x Hunter fighting game reference? Why fighting game reference specifically? Interesting, though. We can't examine the car? Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious-looking set of resistance training equipment. These weights, they're all set near the max. Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be There's too many. Can't guess the order. What the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? The flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you'd drag your feet on at the gym, on a factory floor. More high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's the thing. Someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Alright, search the whole room now. Time to make or break. Oh. Oh! Okay. Well, I guess it would have to be 112558. Date painting was signed. Password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, What? How did you get it open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see the door finish swinging open its mechanical grace. Swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl. With a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Okay, so it is a barcode. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring? I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It, must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18? Biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since you seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one. I mean, yes, we have, sorry, it's just that this particular model is, it's very cutting edge. Leading edge, judging by the flush of those cheeks. Alright, pretty good. Pretty good. That's nice. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so, too. That presents a problem, then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. You see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? Surprised the whole room isn't slanted. No way in hell we're moving this thing without waking up. Crap. First the vault, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure. I'll, gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. Might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Generic identification number is a string of numerals typically encoded into a barcode that labels an automated dependent. Early on in the automated dependent industrial revolution, concerns about the lessening gap between man and machine led governments to pass laws mandating that all ads clearly identify themselves as such to counteract rampant disinformation and identity theft campaigns. Manufacturers responded by stamping the GIN code onto android bodies, most commonly on the cheek above the collarbone or on the back of the hand. Some companies placed the GIN on the wrist, but this quickly incurred backlash. See, concerns about automated dependents impersonating humans have dropped precipitously since then. Another good word, precipitously. And the GIN has instead taken on a new life as a cultural icon, as powerful and easily recognizable as any corporation's logo. Fake GIN barcodes, fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. The vast majority of reputable parlors will draw a line through the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity law, though there are some clients who care little about the consequences. MMA fighter Sam Lepaka infamously sports a GIN tattoo across his right knuckles, and makes a show of signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. I like that a lot. That's some really fun world building. This is like, I think most lore entries in a game would probably stop here, honestly. Because this is giving you all of the information that you need to understand what's going on. This is just a little flavor on the end that I really, really enjoy. Just a fun little tidbit that makes the world feel more considered and lived in. I like that a lot. And then we already read that one. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement would have a user manual. Your mangled brain would like to inform you that there exists a boxer named Contact Mike. But it can't hurt her to try, and I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David, and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? We will find out how she sets it up after the break. We've been live for almost 2 hours now, and I need to refill my water. So, I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes. Back in a few. See you then. I'm back. Hello. Hi. Sorry about that. A bit of a longer break than intended. Fine though. Probably closer to 10 minutes than 5, I suppose. Alright. Get right back to it. I'm excited to get right back to it. Hypothetical Walrus is right. Wow! Look at that! a raid at the end of a break instead of at the start of one. I'm really turning a new leaf here. Howdy, Raiders. Good to see ya. Howdy, hey. Welcome, welcome. We are a little ways into episode 1, which is technically episode 2 of The Devil. So be aware for some, I guess, some minor spoilers here and there. Just so you're all aware. Howdy, Walrus. What were you doing, 100 line still? Still plucking away of the devil? No. I feel like 100 line is another thing that if I resigned myself to playing it, I would probably enjoy it. But I don't know whether that's because I would think it was good or whether I'm just very easy to please most of the time. Am I easy to please? I feel like I've been particularly picky lately. Or maybe I'm just realizing things that I dislike. I don't know. Hard to say. 100 line is fun regardless of if it's good or not. That's probably the conclusion I would come out with as well. How would I set that up? Alright, time to investigate. I should have clicked one more line. It would have been way better. I haven't seen one of these since college. This must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. You've been a certified hater lately. I'm so proud. But I hate stuff that you like Elden Ring. How can you be proud of that? These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels or anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? You like Dark Souls 2, so I count that as a victory? I've always liked Dark Souls 2. That's not your victory to claim. I've always liked Dark Souls 2. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Local commands? David Asher? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as a guest. Didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably roll out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. You have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search on his computer? Go down the list. Search files for Android. 60,000 results, and counting. Yeah, okay, David would have a lot of files on Androids. I'll need to search smarter than that. Basement. Search files for basement. 812 results in the local drive. Should I expand the search? Auditing how he renovated his basement could take all day. Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. Can work with that. Mostly phone books and social data, but I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. Alright, buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints? Why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. Greetings, Moa. Of the Devil is still going fantastically. I'm really, really enjoying it. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass and, like, it would have been easy to do. Why do it? Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or three-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people, move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. The tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then, if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A zero becomes one, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what, where, and how. Just have to manage. What I'm wondering... Where is the text log? No, not autoplay. Nope. Log. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. So if it's a way to activate it that only Morgan could do, and he has her DNA and fingerprints on file, it probably has to do with scanning her DNA in some way. I'm wondering if it'll be like a Sleeping Beauty kiss type situation, because there is Yuri, of course, but unsure. Kiss her sleep. Yeah, Lurf, you got it. There we go. We are on the same wavelength. I mean, it would be a way to guarantee that only Morgan could activate it. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... That's why I said earlier, what a fanfic entry point. It's good stuff. Speaking of fanfic, you've been killing it with the Bike Chan comics lately, Merrick. Good shit, man. They've been great. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... Only buying or selling an android without proper identification is illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have registered it soon enough, anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could reasonably assure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprints make the key. Now, where to find the lock? Lips. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger in there. Oh, that's... Still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there and... Touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. There we go. Call it detective's intuition, huh? Good moment. Line number 108. Interesting. Morgan. Long beat. We skipped a line? Good morning to you too. Cute. Hello. I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. Line 109 and line 111 are the shutter effect, maybe? Possibly. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan... Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last... Father told me about you. Jelly, I do regret to inform you that this lady does wear those weird sandals. No! Why? They clash with her design so bad. Aw, he did? Wait. Father? David, you had it call you Daddy? I'm referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Oh, look at how fucking confident she is. She knows a lot. Can you specify? She makes a heart with her hand? Oh, she does. Interesting. Interesting. That conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? And a diamond on top, yeah. I was wondering if that part was intentional as well. I mean, if they're making a heart there, then I assume the diamond would be intentional as well. No clue what this game is, but the art style is cute. It is cute. This game is Of the Devil. It's, sorry about that big stretch. Puzzle game visual novel in the style of Ace Attorney and Danganronpa that wears its inspirations on its sleeve very proudly and is playing with them in extremely effective ways. I'm absolutely loving this so far. This is episode 2, though it's called episode 1 because the first one is a free prequel episode. A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab and take some calls, okay? I just came from Walrus' stream, lol. Is he... I mean, if you're coming from 100 line, you've got the general format down, I think. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So, what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So, what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model this lifelike with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. She doesn't know anything. This poor little robot doesn't have a single thought in her brain. Purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? Welcome back, Maya Fey. True! This probably is our Maya Fey, in that she's most likely going to get... Well, no, she's an android, so I doubt they would blame her for murder. It'll probably happen. We'll see. We'll get there. Don't worry. We're building up to it. I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No. Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why were you born? Me, why would you... doing this? You're a freak. A monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why is a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. David Asher's postgraduate theses on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work which came to be known as the Turing solution, named for supposedly being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. True to its name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail. Any Turing test, a test designed to determine if given answers come from a human or a machine, applied to it with a success rate below 99.97%. A number of think tanks, charities, and corporations hold bounties for designing new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work, though none have announced the awarding for any prize money thus far. Sounds like she had a great childhood. I think that was probably a flashback to stuff people say to her when she's killing them. Starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics in artificial systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, and international jealousy. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created. Why you exist. Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? Oh, she's interested. She's in. That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then, do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Oh, that was her line. I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then, what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. She's drooling. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do anything like that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give you a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed, or assembled, or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me, here, by himself. Ooh. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designers? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? A box of scraps! Tony Stark built this in a cave! With a box of scraps! He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's got to be someone in the company who can ID this thing. Can't we figure out what's so important about it? You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried, moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. Truck, you say? My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made from adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past... Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift damn 6-meter vertical jump. Let's go. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure that kind of grip strength most androids... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for a perfect infiltration unit. Perfect weapon. Keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? Meanwhile, the android... Yep. But a military infiltration android would look more like crew-cut and forgettable. Did David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? Alright. Straight shooter she is. It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. Thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Oh? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. Solar-powered hair, let's go. That must come in handy? I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea. Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in a pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. I'm impressed you noticed, she says, having brought it up in the first place. I love her dearly. I love her too. She's great. Very good character. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are small but valid a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors, who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible ideas. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable, and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you, and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me. What was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means, my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why did David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Pronounce it a long A, so Adonai. Gotcha. Not Adonai. Adonai. She has her own Uriu. Amusing. More likely, it's just a joke. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. David Asher is a very Jewish name as well. Interesting. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? Uh-oh. Baby's first uncompartmentalized trauma. When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? Him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? On the contrary, I am very good at compartmentalizing. Father asked me to manage his containers at various times. Pretty good. Pretty good. Master insisting cutesy gifted super android that woke up via Yuri. This is so weeb it may be relevant for Joe. It's also just a damn good Ace Attorney game, so I think he'd enjoy it on that front alone. But absolutely, yes. This is, I mean, if Joe streamed it, I know the fucking fan artists would go crazy for it. That's for sure. Police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we gotta focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take command the first time I say them and not, the police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. He told me, look, Sarah, I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? Ooh, tension's tipping. I've been around death a lot. So don't try to lecture me about grief, spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. The Signalis crew would crawl out of hibernation? Absolutely. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. Looking at her line art, I'm realizing one thing that mine is lacking is the variable thickness of the line art. I have it in some places just because that's how I've done the shading, but it's thicker and thinner in places that really add a lot of interesting texture to it. This would be a fun style to imitate more. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. Oh, the pout? The pout? This is fucking Jad's bait right here. This is a Jad's bait character through and through. You should be looking into his death. Maya is back. She's extremely Maya-coded now. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose in their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Adonai usually has the stress put on the second or third syllable as well. So, Adonai? Let's see. I'm Jewish, I hear it regularly. Was not expecting to hear it in a video game. Interesting. It's always fun seeing a word that you recognize in a place you don't expect, I think. Vocabulary is fun like that. So is it Adonai? Or am I saying it right with Adonai? No, I feel like I'm putting the stress on the Adonai. Would that be it? Adonai? Which one? I said too many at once. Would it be Adonai or Adonai? Or are both of those technically correct? Thank you, Truth. Very helpful. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. But what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Adonai is how I'm used to it. That or Adonai. Gotcha. So, I'll probably go for Adonai. Honestly, anyway is correct. I'll feel it out. I feel like Adonai is probably what feels most natural on my tongue. Not sure. I've heard it pronounced multiple ways, but it's been years since I've heard Hebrew. Adorable Adonai. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. 1 second. Back. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Uh-oh! Let's hope it wasn't us! Let's hope it wasn't us! Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you'll prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. The splash screen said a male in his 30s was found dead, so not us, if I recall correctly. Well, how old is David? Well, no, that was a news headline, so it wouldn't be referring to David Asher. Gotcha. I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? We? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. Wait, I can... The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective. David was my friend, not a client. I won't be able to poke around at that at all unless... And I am also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Is she going to tell her to say that she killed David so that she has an excuse to disprove Sarah's guilt and an excuse to investigate the crime? Is that where this is going? Because that's an extremely fun play on the idea of your plucky, pouty partner getting arrested for a crime they didn't commit. If that's where we're going. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Oh, please. Please let that be where this is going. I have so much faith that that's where this is going. Please let that be. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to give answers than you are. Okay, go for it. Make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Okay, this is a question I was wondering. It's good that we have another, like, how can I phrase this? In episode 0, our in as the reader into the world was through Morgan explicitly playing dumb so that she could ask obvious questions and tease out more information. And now we also have that in the form of Sarah, who is very technically knowledgeable, but isn't super knowledgeable about the world, so she can ask these sorts of questions and allow the reader some insight into this world. Which is really good. I like that a lot. Inhaler. First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold under the name Adrazone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. As a Class II stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to Adrazone without a prescription so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace Adrazone, as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisor's discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that Adrazone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough stir that in 2083 a formal investigative committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. Interesting. Why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide. She's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford! Let me just pull out my phone that has a chain of you. Don't pay any mind to the fact that I have that. Best girl. Likes milk tea, white noise, black lace. Fun contrast there. Fun contrast with the white noise, black lace. Good stuff. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, ink stains. Reads true crime bodice rippers. Interesting. Best at getting the staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait. What are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. See, what do we got here? Likes chewing gum, sports drinks, biking. I thought that said biting. Dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, manspreading. Interesting. Relaxed when shopping for groceries. Struggles with remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. Hates audiobooks. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me. Okay, well, my Freudian misread seems to have some pretty interesting applications already. I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with that all yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so she's taking the a lot of the Edgeworth Steel Samurai traits, which is fun. You can admit it if you do. There's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is. So, ma'am? Alright. Kaguya. Kaguya is the stage name of a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of charts-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos in just the last 3 years, she's come to be considered the leading living figure in the pop music and popular culture realm. Kaguya's official age is listed as 1,086 years old. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to peak at #1 on the Billboard Top 100, the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart, and the Niate Music Video Streaming Tracker. Okay, so it's a VTuber, making it one of the fastest-selling singles in history. Really strange concept. I'm kind of going out there with the sci-fi here. Personal details on the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for her record company met with the press to clarify that she, quote, is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kaguya's voice. Users also frequently searched for Kaguya Lore Explained, Kaguya Iceberg Explained, Kaguya Lunatropic tour tickets, where to buy. Iceberg Explained videos are the worst. They are a plague upon the world. Anyway, Pekko. Pekora! That's Pekko! Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm just surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. Oh. No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. Company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Ms. Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. Unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. Where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded it was suicide. You can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. What the hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Interesting. So we're gonna be... You can act as the defense attorney for a man who is suspected of killing himself. That's interesting. A court proceeding evaluates whether there is sufficient evidence to go to trial. A preliminary hearing is a step in the criminal court process in which a judge or jury will evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Between security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT crumbs, automated dependents, and mods, it is extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped, without protest from the defense. Your Honor, it was just an oopsie. Technically, as a formality, assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. Criminal attorney? It's fun. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, interesting. Going in a different direction then. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Ooh, Evangeline. Evangeline? Typically I assume that was saying something to the degree of represents a character who's not amused. I would have liked more time to see that. Also pulling from Signalis there. Feels like, no wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course, nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? Here, Kaguya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-olds. Pa Amuse. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. It's probably just Pa Amuse. Not funny, didn't laugh. I see. Hey, feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's alive or dead. Or dead or alive, rather. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjudicant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjudicant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like whether he was in his right mind or not. You know anything about estate tax law, detective? No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to a lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about the money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example, Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and standing in the financial community. All of which is to say there's a great deal at stake here, not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching. They've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. And we do so love a gamble, don't we? Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country is going to hear about how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over the sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. We have the detective's authority! If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know that you care. Live to serve. And protect! Whew. Thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? I don't really think most of them are like either of them, really. They're some fucking characters. Well, let's see here. No, I think he's really the odd one out. She's more of like a sprightly rookie type deal. I think most are like her. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes, comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right, well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck, both of you. For some reason, the word for a hand and a half sword comes to mind. Is there a word for that? What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. Or opinions. I'm not sure. Options, I think. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. You get me registered? They're called bastard swords, Jelly? Interesting. The word for a hand and a half sword. Hand and a half? Is that... I've never heard that term before. Interesting. 1.5 hands. Between 2 hand and 1 hand. Think Jon Snow. Hey, buddy. Try as you might. You're not going to get me to think Jon Snow. I'm not reading Game of Thrones. I'm not watching Game of Thrones. There shall be neither thrones nor games in my backlog as it relates to George R.R. Martin. The thing sprite for her is pretty good. Get me registered? Among other things, either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash some paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions? I'll have to... What's that look for? You were father's friend. Thank you, again, for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? He either killed himself or he didn't. Just like Umineko either subverts tropes or plays them straight. That's so stupid. Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied for these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort to find him. You have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year. A musician. Kaguya? Now that you mention it. There was a P.O. something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Oh, I love her. I love her so much. She's the best. Thanks for the old college try. Not really the best you can do. Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results. Adonai. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. Jelly is not ready for her to be the murderer? For her referring to who in this case? Morgan or Sarah? What kind of person is that? Time, date, expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 001. Android. I would be ready for her to be the android. It could be a fun little play. Who would you even have called? It's her! She's here! I don't know. I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian, new foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Heyo, we might actually get along. So, I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs. Skipping school's a felony now. Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. This character goes by they, them for the record. I asked the devs. You asked the devs? Interesting. Gotcha. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlists you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up in the black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. I asked on Steam and the devs responded, so by the transitive property, yes. Gotcha. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything that wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news, that's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Pretty fun intro. Hello, mon cour. It's pronounced cour. I listen, man, I don't speak French. I'm fucking freeballing it here. Airballing, more likely. I know how it's pronounced. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in the police station, I couldn't help but bet I'd landed on the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to get him, to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I needed it. New term? Cur? Okay, so she said cur. Gotcha. An archaic term for a dog, an abandoned mutt or stray. So she said mon cur when it's mon cour. Did you mean cour? Heart? Always so cold, Fran. Can I even get a good morning? Francois? No. September 20th, student, hacker, but don't put that down, obviously, with a red strike through it. Likes haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. Cinnamon toast is really good. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks, so they're a persona protagonist. Values, rarity, originality, history, vibes. Favorite subject, none. Worst subjects, literature, social studies, athletics. Their head is perfectly round. It's perfectly circular. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon, when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I've got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class when it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old... Coochie? That can't be right. It cannot be. It cannot be Coochie. You can't replace Gucci with Coochie. Fuck off. Fuck off! Alright, yeah. And Air Joe Dan Vintage Reps, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. Oh my god. So, yeah. So sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... Huh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh, yeah? They do have a coochie suspender. Or, assumedly, a coochie sweatshirt. They've been really into the self prefix lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh, and he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Oh, man. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of fine, I get it. Need you to find a local musician. Musician? Electro swinger, some awful. Last name Powell or Parker? That's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher? Working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally. Within the... You know, I have other clients, don't you? Or, you know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him. Okay. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? Interesting. I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. Why should I let you? Because I am capable and helpful. Aww. Aha. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. Ow. I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Connecting torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. There we go. Good stuff. Unemployed paralegal likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Okay, she understands. She gets it. Dislikes static, blackouts, elevators. All right, just like me for real, for real. Holy shit. Talents. I'm good at lots of things. Skills. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. So true. So true. I also like the 180 rule. Interesting. The 180 rule is quite nice. Coming? Right away, Adonai. Noble employee housing building. Glacia. Penthouse floor. Sarah looks so scary when you have the phone up. Does she? Oh, like when her sprite is in the background. Gotcha. She's sepia tone. Terrifying. I know, right, Merrick? Quiet elevators, huh? She doesn't like elevators. Could have taken the next one. A busy building detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me not to get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. You at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. Wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home's security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. We're going to take a quick unplanned break here. I just got to go help with something real quick. Back in a few. It won't be too long. Not an official break. We're fine. Sorry about that. And a delayed goodbye to Merrick. Thanks for watching. Always a pleasure. Where were we? Let's see. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In case you were curious about pronunciation, Adonai is pronounced multiple ways. I've more commonly heard, because of my background, Adonai, which is the Ashkenazi European pronunciation. Adonai, as you're saying it, is the Sephardic Israeli pronunciation. Interesting. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. See. And the cause of death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. And there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. Fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless you suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? You say you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you. Nothing else makes sense, given what we know, what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. But whatever Father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. Contraband Decriminalization Acts. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose death have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Interesting. So it's not so much a conflict between, like, selling drugs illegally because you'll get caught and, arrested because it's illegal to do so. It's designing drugs that haven't been legalized yet so that you can make untaxed profits. Interesting. Very interesting. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. In a literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, or DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drugs patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal of international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Very interesting. Is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086. Nirvana designed by who? Interesting. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tail in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is, it's their families finding them in the living room, not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make this more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? Oh, missed typo. I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Let's go! Crime scene investigation. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm ready. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that created the basis for this ARCS? Didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. Starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? She went into the thinking pose too because she saw we were. Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. Seat by his body was pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he'd been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think that he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Oh, chess match. It really is a chessboard. And a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is... Well, hold on. A datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5. It's not saying which pieces are going where. And this... Bob, is this chess notation? The CX and NX? E4 means a pawn moved? Interesting. X means takes. That's what I thought, yeah. And his knight. Misunderstanders have logged on. Well, this is a Sicilian opening. Interesting. Well, here's the thing. I mean, it is a game in that that's chess notation. But is it just a game? Or is it meant to be... I'm not sure what the difference is in this case. I don't think it's a cipher because I know that's chess notation, so I feel like it's probably a message. Some kind of secret message, perhaps? Or Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We gotta put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai? More specifically, it's a Sicilian defense French variation. Oh, fuck off. That's not mate in 40. No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally go tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. The true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. It really is Umineko. And I'm also realizing that I'm internally doing a Delanor voice for her. That's where I'm summoning that one from. To me, it always seemed too boring. Air. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Just like me, for real? Somehow I feel like I chose the wrong option. Admired this. Buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. If I recall correctly, a game gives 1 credit. Didn't miss my... Okay, so it was just a game? Man, I fucking overthought it. God damn it. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these... It was a regular... Yeah, I know it was a regular opening, but was it, like, something trying to be said by having it be that specific opening? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto-tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why did you care so much about his windows? Ooh, interesting. I think you had to have been aware, never go against the Sicilian when death is on the line, and it was a poisoning. It's an elaborate Princess Bride reference. Honestly, it might be. It might be. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. What were you saying? I think he had to have been aware that someone was going to kill him, given he told Sarah that Morgan was going to take care of her. Right, yeah. So I'm wondering how much of this was known in advance, essentially. Oh, hold on a minute. Where's... Oh, is the table its own little investigative unit? Thank you, F. Roland08, for the tier 1 sub. 2 months. Thank you very much. Happy to have you around. Better take a closer look. Okay, yeah, good. Quiz time! Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe. Nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. Yep, this again. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer, who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something else inside that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some, and people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathings said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. The story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on the matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. That's good. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so we can get the user experience you deserve. This is that article I've seen going around. Why would Noble have marked it as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Easy PR, military contract. Well, let me reread the article. I think it's going to be military contract. Easy PR, yeah. Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Matting said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide their armed forces with warm models. Is this saying that he was asked? Oh, it's certainly an interesting idea, meaning he hasn't committed to it. And how are we framing this question exactly? Let's see. Why would Noble have marked it as priority? Starling said they weren't in a rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they won themselves a real prize. I think it's going to be military contract. Yep. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe. Speaking of, spilled alcohol. The arcs show how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. Clean. So does that mean that wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure. He was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is a bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Does Guest bring them? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? Knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai. Why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy, out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What do the witnesses have to say for themselves, Detective? See subpoena. Court order compelling an individual's attendance or the provision of evidence, a legal order issued by the state on behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. Interesting. Hold on, do we have evidence? Right, we're getting new evidence. Whiskey. Bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table. Forensic evidence shows no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Whiskey found spilled on the dining room table. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. To paraphrase, Sumati, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. Two of them talked, they had a drink together. Then, the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took both of them to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse, all the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? There should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all that on faith. Her number is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the number, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Cochler, Gustave, Prince, and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. All you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it. One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sounds of it. If we are going in on the Princess Bride references here, perhaps they were just inoculated and immune to the poison. I'm not sure what the inoculated might be the right word. I'm not sure. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from the same bottle? Plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. That's what the evidence is telling us. Nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. With a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright in the dining room table. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual. Contains no traces of foreign element. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Oh, they tested his blood too, he didn't have anything in him. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. Interesting. Occam's razor, we did go back to it earlier. But that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab or the basement. Seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If the cams in his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. What else? What else? Observe? Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't. In person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and one chair pulled out, party of two. Never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. He said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in there? In here, rather. Only kitchen in the camera is the one mounted to the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape your witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Think first. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there are also... Huh. Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. Was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? Let's see. Arrived at 7:30 p.m. The witness spoke with David Asher's parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36. Upon returning at 7:38, two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS were called from the emergency console at the kitchen at 8:04. David Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08. When did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Witness must have thought about the guy giving some water. But if he just would have just choked on it, witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What? You think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of his head so fast it went between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not superstition. It's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care then. If too much salt spills on your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Salt shaker is evidence. Salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose, and so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Okay, that's important. Spilled salt is an omen of bad luck, according to some. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. That seems relevant. Hmm. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals, or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. But there is a chessboard, so whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. That salt feels important. David's fridge. This is a fridge? Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this is a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquors stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back without whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's the cam show, yeah. Plenty to drink right here. And unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So proud. She's so proud of it. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. A great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to. Interesting. This is where the emergency call was made. Time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. Oh, we got little small Morgan and then Big Reyes? When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus Executive Plan V. Or, sorry, IV. Isn't like most people, counselor. Executive Plan 4. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus. Caduceus, I think. Probably Caduceus. With Caduceus. Paid for through Noble Electronics. Includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank. At executive level? Not like most people at all. Emergency console. Number security console located inside David Asher's kitchen. Used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04 p.m. The medics arrived at the helipad outside via VTOL at 8:08 p.m. Said private emergency services contracted through David Asher's Caduceus Executive for Insurance Plan. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with the 100 noble megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? Can't do that, can't you? What? You can do that, can't you? I can, but I need your payment information to get started. Adonai, I need the silly numbers on the front of your credit card in order to complete this transaction. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be planned. Crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. That feels important. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? Uh-oh! 12:21 p.m. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger. There's something else happening out there. Gotta tap out now. You're caught up to where me and my friends are. Have fun streaming. Have a good one, Georgia Washing Machine. Hope you enjoyed as much as I am. The energy's not panicked, yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. This many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? Hell's got them all so excited. Adonai, what does that symbol mean? This rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with a bullet hole. I don't know. Probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are. Why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Noble's trying to cover up the truth! They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? Think whoever did all that was human? Man. Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing random people. Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. Fucking sitting there, she's the one that did it, and it was just completely random. Okay, yay. How does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. How wrong do you think they'd have to be for her to just say that? How wrong do you think they'd have to be for her to just say that she did it just to shut them up? I don't know that it exists. I don't think she would ever just admit that shit. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's got to be deniable ops. Uh-oh. Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military action. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. They must all have been together, and they must have all been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they outlived their usefulness, what are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm android's so perfect, no one can tell the diff. A bullet to the heart, the only way you can kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Be the cyberpunk. A mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent of disaffected to aspire to, a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Asensia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently searched for, get ready with me, Cyberpunk. The 99 man explained, are co-ops illegal? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harco crops? Putting something in the food! These people, heartbreak, this is goddamn embarrassment. Hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think of this heartbreak figure? Just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced, like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think that they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years? But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside Variable User Country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in Variable User Adversary Latest. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy write-in form here. Interesting. So this is our DL7. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183 for the birth defects. 413,000 dead. There wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error. Shoddy welding. Time. Do you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem, then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. I really like this. Very, very interesting. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Cool little CG cut-in. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into a crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in this city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate. They give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Also a fun little CG of her as well. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Oh, fuck. Okay, she's really showing her hand here. Oh my god. I feel like Sarah's probably gonna figure it out, honestly. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. Terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago. We all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. State won, citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority, only with authority being challenged. They treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do, the corporations and governments will trample over people the same, regardless of their character. And if we can't even be sure what we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? The hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, a world like this, the only logical way to live, the only moral way to act, is do whatever it takes to win. Oh! Fuck, that's good! Man! Oh, these two are freaks! Two sides of the same fucking coin! Oh, that's really fucking good, man! That's really good! That's really good! If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels. Trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Oh, that's fucking good. Oh, man. We're hitting 4 hours. Do we want to just end on that? We just hit 4. I think that's a perfect fucking stopping point. Oh, man. Oh, that's really fucking good. I picked up on that in the first one, in the first episode, rather, which is I had a feeling that where is she? Emma is pretty much the same as Morgan. In that, like, she's not in this for justice. She's not in this for some greater ideal. She's in it for the love of the fucking game. She's here to win. Winner take all. That's really fucking good. Really good juxtaposition of the two conversations. Really good use having them merge there at the end. Very effective use of special CGs and art as well. Oh man, that's good. That's really, I think that's the perfect saving point. There we go. Are you sure we're at the save slot? Yep. There we go. All right. That's gonna be all from me today. Only one of them is evil as far as we know. Listen, I don't... I'll tell you what I really like about that as well, is they're coming to the same conclusion, but they're framed in exact opposite ways from the opposite sides of the aisle. Which is that Morgan is viewing it with pure logic, or is at least saying that it's the only logical way to live. And Emma is saying it's the only moral way to live. Which is showing kind of like, if you're of the same mindset as them, no matter how you're coming at it, whether it's emotional or logical, you're coming to the same conclusion that the only thing you can do in a world like this is look out for yourself and make sure you win as much as you can. Fuck everyone else. That's really, really good. Only one of them is evil as far as we know. I get the feeling, or at least I got the feeling in episode 0 that, like, especially with Heartbreak, Emma wants another murder to happen. Like, she would never say, I hope someone else is killed by Heartbreak. But she wants another murder to happen so that she can get more pieces to solve the puzzle. Emma was basically saying that power is... She said, if power is inherently evil, right? If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Yeah. So she's not saying, oh, I'm good, I'm fighting on the side of good. She's saying, I have power, power is evil. If I'm gonna be evil, I'm gonna be fucking evil. I'm not gonna hold back for the sake of someone else, because they're not gonna hold back for my sake either. See, my hot take here is that Morgan isn't necessarily evil either. I need to see more to believe that that's the case, but she is literally killing people for no reason. So, you know... Let's you know, keep that in mind. Keep our bearings there. Source, Morgan, the killer. You know, I guess death of the author, even though she's the one killing people. Slash raid. Allison. We're gonna raid Allison, who is a friend of mine and Mouse, who has started streaming lately, having a good time with it. And she very recently hit affiliate. Right now she's playing an immersive sim called Skin Deep that is looking to be quite fun. So we're going to send a raid her way. Thank you very much for watching, folks. It's been a pleasure. I'm really enjoying this game. We'll be back with more tomorrow. Until next time, have a good one, folks. See ya!